Hello, good morning. Good morning, Vietnam.
Do it again?
Why?
Okay,
You won't hear it.
fixed it.
I know.
He's the best, guys.
I fixed it all. Don't worry. Okay, so we gotta get some pellets into the grill.
Gotta adjust the music.
What did I tell you how to do?
I did it up here.
Good job.
Wavelength music.
So that does both what you can hear and what chat can hear.
Oh, nice.
So if you want to turn just yours down, you have to go into that setting that I was just at.
Yeah, right there.
And the headphone one's what you hear.
Yeah.
And the other one's what they hear.
Yeah. We're learning, guys.
Traeger pellets filled. Now we wait for all the smoke to come out. Kate scrubbed down the Traeger this morning, got it all nice and clean. We took the grills out, got all those nice and clean. The Turkalurks is doing its thing. Gonna come out of the brine pretty soon. Hey, I can leave the mic right there. You guys can hear all the outside sounds. So this is really cool with this mic now. It's that small, so all I have to do is this. Boom. Now I can talk out here. Don't even have to have a mic on me. We got Dodge trucks. Truck. Vroom, vroom.
chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homies.
fuck out of here.
here. It's a little quiet. I'll go a little bit higher. That's maxed out for me. That should be good. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was good before I buckled myself in. I was 1 minute late. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll go a little bit lower. I see. I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. We made it through another morning. We went early to the hardware store to grab our pellets for the smoker this morning. It was good. Happy Sunday, Mickey. This year, no turkey for Greek, just normal chicken masala with mutton and marrow. Nice. I didn't even go anywhere last night, guys. What's up, Samo? What we got going on? Samo's checking it out because we got the new mixer kind of set up after it came in yesterday. Are you okay? What do you mean? Of course I'm okay. Okay, I think we're good. Guys, I hope you're all having a wonderful day, night, wherever you are in the world. So as you can see, we got our turkey on the smoker. When did you show them it last? Like maybe 20 minutes or so ago?
I'll show.
Okay. Just checking. Phone, please. Hello? Hello there? Anybody? We picking it up? What is happening right now? Okay, so turkey on the Traeger. It is at 225 Fahrenheit on the smoker. It will be on there, just going by the recipe that I had linked from Traeger itself. It will go until 110 Fahrenheit. Register internal. We'll check by the leg bone, by the thigh in there, because that's what usually takes the longest to cook. So I'm not too sure how long that is gonna take. Maybe a couple hours. And then after that, it says that we're gonna turn up the Traeger to 350 Fahrenheit, so more like oven roasting temp, right? And then that will help to crisp up the skin and just finish cooking it the rest of the way through. So that makes total sense, but nice low and slow to start to get it infused with the smoke. And then you also don't overcook it so it's not dry. So we'll see how that goes. It really does just say it all depends on the size of your bird, the weather outside, and also like what model of Traeger you have too. So you know how it goes when you're smoking meat. It's not something that you can rush, and like your best friend is always gonna be your instant read thermometer, so you can just easily flip that up, go check the temp. Oh, it's not ready yet. Maybe we'll set another hour and then we'll check it again. Something like that.
Yeah.
But I think in the past when we've smoked turkeys, it wasn't more than like 4 hours or so. 0 issues. Amazing. That's awesome. And yeah, Bonk, thank you for checking, or I guess not checking, for clipping that for us. And everyone check it out where we have it pinned. Can you turn that down, please? Okay.
Doing my audio engineer job.
They said it was good. I don't want to keep talking over my own self. It is really hard to focus that way. Okay, I'm going to also post the menu now. The mic quality sounds crisper. I know he was telling me the first day that we had it set up, it was like one-sided. And now we switched a little bit of the settings Greek, so now it's like full, like surround, I guess, how we say. I'm not really sure. I'm not the tech person. Stereo. There you go. There's the word. Okay, so turkey smoked on the Traeger. We got that all good, and then all we did for seasoning, what is this? Our poultry rub. So salt, pepper, a little bit of paprika, garlic, and then just a poultry blend of spices that's ground up. Usually thyme, rosemary, sage, summer savory, marjoram, all those nice kind of woody herbs that complement, I would say, like both poultry and pork. Kind of the same. Hi, Titan. How are you doing? Yeah, where's your turkey leg? It's smoking. You gotta wait. Okay, so to go with that, if you guys weren't around on Friday, I baked off, or let's say we made all of the dough for these loaves of bread, but then it took forever to rise. But I did end up baking it off by 10 p.m. That night on Friday, so we saved this loaf of sourdough bread to make stuffing into today. I've never made sourdough stuffing. Very excited for that. We'll just bake it in a pan. I don't usually make stuffing in the turkey, unless maybe I was like having people over, but it's much safer and easier to do just in a baking dish. And up here, our kabocha squash that we are going to probably only use half. It's really deceiving when you start cutting up squash, cabbage, stuff like that, what you're gonna end up with. So probably only cut up half of this, and then we'll roast that. I think, what did I put? Yeah, thyme, maple syrup, and some pecan nuts on there. Yum. Yesterday on stream, we spatchcocked the turkey. So we cut out the backbone and got it all prepped up for the smoker. And then overnight, we cooked our stock. So then this is what I had strained this morning. I did add 2 liters to the stock pot last night of chicken stock that I already had in the fridge. So I just like basically made a mother stock. Concentrated the flavors even more. So we'll use some of this to make the turkey gravy. So we got to make the gravy. Misha's asking already. Couldn't even let me get there. And then I think we always use a bit of the stock in the stuffing as well. So always nice if you don't mix it up from like a powder, right? Make it yourself. You have the means to do it. Are you sure it was chimkin stock? I mean, if there's rabbits that snuck into there, I wouldn't be upset. Oh, what happened? Yeah, he's got it. Greek says sourdough stuffing with meat or without meat. I was doing without meat. That's just how it's gonna go. But although I will say I really like stuffing like how my mom would make it for us. She always put ground meat. I forget if it was like beef or pork. But I'll let you guys decide. So pop up the recipes. Let's read them through. Oh, and then lastly, we can't forget our baking, our sweet treat, pumpkin crumb cake muffins. Someone want to show the pumpkin that you showed me yesterday? I don't know where you put it. Okay, we're gonna show the turkey quick first. Grill cam. Let's go out there. And wow, we really lucked out with a perfect day of weather, I would say. Could not really be nicer. Going in. Oh, baby. Nice. That looks so good. So not really too much color yet.
A little bit of drippings. Looking great.
Deadly. Deadla. Already looks so good, Greek. Thank you. Like, just because we brined it, I just didn't put too much extra seasoning on the outside, because you don't want it to get salty, right? But you don't also want, like, just bland turkey skin. That would be weird. Mickey, you had a lovely steak and ale pie. You were telling Sammy. That was, like, your Sunday meal today. Yum. Did you have it with chippies? Maybe the pigeon will stop by again to investigate their cousin. They better be careful. Squab ducking. Okay. Where's my listeroo here? Let's get started. So what do we feel like doing? Maybe because we have a while to wait for the turkey, we should probably do our baking first, like we usually do anyways. So let me read over our pumpkin crumb cake muffin recipe. Hi, Scoots. How are you doing? Welcome in. Tersquabin. Mickey, you went to the local pub, had chips with it. For starters, cheesy garlic bread. I want that. Why is it always better when other people make it for you? Okay, Sally's baking addiction. These look so dang good. And 'tis the season for pumpkin things. Also, we both made a pumpkin spice coffee this morning. And what did we say? Like, per bottle of the pumpkin spice creamer that we made, about 4 coffees, depending on, like, how much creamer you put in, I guess. But it is so good, guys. It is seriously amazing. So now I'm, like, really obsessed with making my own coffee creamers that don't have all of the preservatives in it. Oh, you did post pics of your food last night in Lauren's Discord? I was gonna say, I didn't even know Lauren had a Discord. I'm not around in there. No one invited me. Okay. These super soft pumpkin crumb cake muffins are topped with pumpkin spice crumbs and finished with sweet maple icing. Yes, please. Also, I just realized we're, like, peeking into the bedroom. What are you talking about? Okay. Sounds good. Okay, who is this? Brave little Scrib. Welcome in, thanks for the follow. Scoot went and picked up fun, different colored pumpkins from the local church fundraiser. Rolled out your floor rugs for the winter. Oh, is that something you do to, like, increase the insulation? You just put rugs down? That's actually really smart if you don't want cold toesies. Tested out the heater since it's supposed to be down to 27 the end of the week. Ooh, it's getting cold. That sounds fun, though. What is he doing? What are you doing? So show it. This is what Samo got for us to build for Halloween together. He wanted me to build it today, but I felt like today is Turkey Day and not Pumpkin Day, but I thought it would be cute since we're doing pumpkin dessert. Speaking of Lauren, her chat was on something last night. I saw that she did the stream baking all the yummy things. I should have popped by. I'm so bad about that. How's the turkey? It's going good, Scoots. We haven't tested the temperature of it yet, but it is looking good. At 2 o'clock? Oh my gosh. Okay, this is what Sally says. Like clockwork, September, so we already missed a month. September rolls around and we all go crazy for these pumpkin crumb cake muffins. They're the perfect combination of everything we love about fall. Their ease and taste also help us transition into the chillier months. Yum. Pumpkin spice crumbs? That's what we have to make for the top. And then they say that maple icing is optional, but I wouldn't say it's optional. I think we should do it. That's the one thing I find about pumpkin desserts is they're not overly sweet, so don't be scared to make the icing. You might feel like you're missing something if you don't. Okay, so prep time 10 minutes, cook time 22, total time 35. It yields about 15 muffins per batch, which, like, is kind of always annoying as far as baking muffins go. I feel like a muffin tin has 12 slots, right? So you should always scale a recipe to just fit one tin so that if you do make double, then it's perfect, like double batch. But we'll see what we end up with. That's just something that I would look for if I make recipes. But we'll take these out. We'll get them all lined up. I honestly didn't check to see if I had muffin liners. Maybe we'll have to make some. We'll see. I saw a video on, I think it was TikTok or somewhere online, of how easy it is to just make your own parchment liners for muffin pans. Maple icing, Scoots. We got a whole new bottle of maple syrup this week. We broke down. It's now $17 for 1 liter. I think a couple years back I was paying around $12 per liter. Okay, so muffins are known as a quick bread, which means think about like pancakes, waffles, things like that too. Banana bread, where you have all your dry stuff and then all of your wet stuff separate. You combine them together. We don't want to over mix it, and then we put it into the baking dish and away we go. We're done. Easy peasy. Love these recipes. That's why they're called quick bread, is because you don't need any yeast in there to be waiting around. Okay, she says first she'll make the muffin batter and then the crumb topping. Easy enough. Okay. Let's write muffins and our temp and timing. So we start the oven pretty high, 425 Fahrenheit for, what does it say? 5 minutes at 425, and then we turn it down to 350 from there. Probably because they're a little bit dense with the pumpkin in there. Just that little bit higher heat to start won't cool the oven down as much when you put it all in there. That makes sense. So total time around 21 to 22 minutes. I'm just gonna set 20 minutes and go from there. That's easier to remember. And then we want the muffins to cool before we ice them for at least 10 minutes too. So afterwards, after they come out, we can just make the icing as they're cooling. No rush on that. And then those are done. Okay, and then next up, I think we'll prep our stuffing. After that, and then our squash. So the time... We'll do some more maple syrup with the kabocha squash because that's always yummy. And then some pecan nuts for a little bit of crunch at the end. Just gonna check the stuffing recipe to see what it bakes at. I didn't link a recipe for the squash because I'm just kind of making it up as I go today. I like to play around with my roasted veggies every now and then. I get bored of doing the same thing over and over. 350 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I can go a bit higher and roast the squash at the same temp. That will be good. Okay, let's get into it, friends. So because this is a quick bread, I'll just reread the recipe, but usually you don't even need a mixer. Just a couple of bowls and spoons. Preheat our oven, line our pan. And yeah, we just get our bowls out. Amazing, my fave. Are we using sourdough bread for the stuffing, Scooter? We are. We made it on Friday's stream. The recipe that I chose, which is from one of our like newer favorite YouTube families, More Than Farmers. She linked it from somewhere else that she found it. But yeah, we made 3 loaves of sourdough bread on Friday because you want like more stale bread anyways for your stuffing. Otherwise it goes really soggy. Turned out unreal. We've been eating it like PBJ, just as toast. It's really delicious. Would make again. Samo said that's a once a weeker for sure. I'll probably be able to scale it down just to make like 1 or 2 loaves instead of 3 at a time. This looks crazy, this view today. Okay. Let's get our bowls out and then I'll start rummaging all of our ingredients that we need. It just looks like really close up. I'll change this for now. how we do it. Yeah, I've never made sourdough stuffing before, so this is new for me too. So usually we want a larger bowl to put the dry ingredients, and then we just mix the wet ingredients in the smaller bowl because everything gets poured into the bigger one. Flour, baking soda, cinnamon. Get some spices that you usually use for pumpkin pie spice. We just made our own. With, I think I did nutmeg, allspice, and cinnamon. And then if you have cloves, that's always good too. What else? Probably brown sugar. So baking soda, not baking powder. I have the pumpkin puree in here from when we already opened up the can to make the coffee creamer. Hi Weasel, how's it going? Good to see you today. Both light or white and brown sugar, I should say. Gotta do a little mix of some coconut sugar in there. You slept in and you're trying to get energy to cook. Nice. What are you cooking up today? Okay, we got the pumpkin puree, 2 eggs, and then a little milk, and we also need some oil. Or do you want me to just melt some butter, Sam? The muffin. Okay. I'll let you guys decide what you want then. Posted your dinner pics? Thank you, Bonk. Nice. Pork roast with veggies. That season's coming up. Just yummy, like, roast dinners all the time. 1 sheet pan meals. Ooh, Japanese dinner. Yum. The only dish you got you had issues with was inconsistently cut, almost no dressing on there. Dang. So yeah, you just packed it up and brought it home. Mackerel nigiri is actually so delicious. You're back. You were stuck in -1 second. We were wondering, like, we didn't even know how to untime you out. Because Stream Elements has an auto setting, so, like, if you're not subscribed to the channel, if you tried to post a link, it will ban you. Yum, the ramen bonk. And then Oyakodon. I've never had that. I want all of those things. Okay, back to the muffins. I got distracted. Thank you. He broke it. Not blaming anyone. The ramen is heaven. I've been having a hankering. Sam, we gotta go back to that place on, like, the south side that we went to. So dang good. Oh yeah, Ginya. Greek, have you ever been to Ginya in Vancouver? We just had one. Like, just had one open up here after all this time. Kinda crazy. So you just left to go eat wings? Good idea. You should go try it out then. Super good. Okay, let's start with the dry stuff, I guess, since that's like all the big containers, and then we can get rid of them. Flour. You're off on Thursday to get ramen from Tabatai in Seattle for his pop-up? What? Is he trying to raise money for them to move? That's unreal. I want to go drive out there. I feel like so out of the loop, you guys. The thing is, like, I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch unless I'm streaming. Maybe that's my own fault. Did it to myself. Okay, 1 3/4 cups of all-purpose flour. Black garlic ramen's the heckin' best. 1 3/4. Oh yeah, the turkey's gonna be on the Traeger till like the end of stream, basically. Yeah, he did a fundraiser. If he met a certain amount, he said he would do a pop-up, and he did it. That is so awesome. I'm really proud of him. They deserve that. Alright, next one. I always forget, like, if we mix the sugar with the eggs or the flour. Okay, the sugar goes with the eggs and the oil. Okay. Baking soda, 1 teaspoon. From the biggest box of baking soda that you can buy. You're excited to deal with the rain? You're like running away from the snow scoots? That's cute. Okay, there we go. 1 teaspoon baking soda. That will help the muffins rise up. 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon? That sounds like a heckin' lot, considering I'm putting cinnamon in the pumpkin pie spice. So I'm gonna dial that back to 1. I don't like when cinnamon just overpowers like every flavor. We want to taste the other spices too. We can always put more cinnamon in the icing as well. If you taste the muffin and you're like, kind of lackluster. Always put it in the icing. So now we're gonna do a pinch of nutmeg for like our pumpkin pie spice. Maybe let's do 2. That should be good. Let's do a 1/4 teaspoon of allspice. What is allspice? Everyone just thinks it's all spices, but no, it's like its own little berry, let's say. Kind of like a peppercorn. And then last one in here is our salt. So just 1/2 teaspoon of salt or a good pinch. And that's the dry stuff. Really easy. So usually I'll mix this up just with a spatula first. Don't gotta get our hands dirty yet. It's savory and sweet, sorta, the allspice. I've always liked the flavor of allspice better than clove. I find that clove can be very overpowering. Alright, that's completed. Let's just put this over to the side. Next one, we're gonna start by whipping up our eggs. It's not, don't be fooled by the name allspice, such lies. Oh, did you make the mistake, Weasel? I think I remember you telling us a story about that. Clove is very strong, right? It's so strong. Like, just a little bit. And it's like, holy, that's all you taste. You destroyed a beef stew. See, guys? That's also, like, why some people are scared to use spices, right? Because you'll have a situation like that happen, and then you'll be scared to do that again. Don't be scared. It's okay. We all learn in different ways. Let's get a whisk. Nice, Mickey. Steak strips, cheese, olives, tomatoes, cucumber. Here in Canada, like, we would call that probably a snack plate. So it's not really like charcuterie, it's not being fancy. But snack plates are pretty popular where you have like meat, cheese, some veggies, maybe some fruit and crackers. Or bread. Always yummy. Alright, so now I just gotta scroll down to see the rest of our stuff. We need half a cup of butter melted, or you can just use like a veggie oil. But butter will give you better flavor. I think it's better for us too. It's always better with butter. You ruined your Greek meatballs once by adding too much cinnamon. You still can't do cinnamon and savory. Yeah, right? Now you understand why every time something calls for like ground cinnamon in a savory dish, I'll never put it. I'll always just do a cinnamon stick instead. Because I find the same thing, Mish. Ground cinnamon makes savory things taste sweet. Yeah, right? Charcuterie boards are also, like in my mind, a bit higher end of what you put on them. And maybe you take a little bit more time assembling a charcuterie board. Whereas a snack plate is just kind of thrown together with what you have in the fridge. We are gonna need half a cup only of each sugar, so that's not bad as far as sweetness goes. You guys know I don't like anything too sweet. And I mean, you could always dial that back too if you wanted. How's the butter? Pretty good. Should melt the rest of the way as we do our next things. You've been watching the Munsters on YouTube lately, chilling out black and white movies. I'd like probably fall asleep if I watched that, just because it would be like so cozy feeling. That was coconut sugar, guys. Another, I believe, coconut sugar, low glycemic index, like how maple syrup is. So it's not gonna spike your blood sugar like how white sugar does or cane sugar does. Nice. Let's do our pumpkin. 1.5 cups, guys, of canned pumpkin. That's not a small amount. I think we'll just do 3 of these and plop them in there. Perfect. That's what I was hoping would happen. And we're still not even gonna use a whole can of pumpkin. This is crazy. The nice thing is it does freeze pretty good. If you have extras, you can put it in the freezer until you need it next time. Kind of like how when you put overripe bananas in. Okay, I'll stop there. Give it a little wiggle jiggle. Even that out, so we still have like half a liter of pumpkin. Gotta make a pumpkin bread or something. Okay, I'm gonna mix this first before we get the butter in. And then maybe we'll get the oven started to preheat once we got the batter all ready. Then we just have to make our crumb little pieces for the top of the muffins. And that's it. Okay. Sugar, pumpkin, egg, just some milk, a 1/4 cup of milk, and then we'll finish with our butter. Cartoon Network has been streaming Over the Garden Wall. It's fall distilled into a cartoon. One of the best pieces of media you've ever seen. What? I put on YouTube the other day in the morning. There's a cartoon channel, let's say, that plays like all the old cartoons from when we were kids, and they had like Halloween marathon of Magic School Bus. So that's what we were watching at like from 7 to 9 in the morning. It was so good though. I was like, they don't make TV like this anymore. Alright, butter. Everything's better with butter. A couple little chunkers in there. There we go. It's rich, rich. This is like gonna emulsify, and then always think about like when you add the butter, if your other ingredients are cold, it might make the butter harden again. That's often why people will just use oil instead, but like I said, the flavor of butter, you can't beat that. Okay, turning on the oven because it starts at a higher heat, 425. That takes always so long to heat up. We'll get that on before we finish this. And now you can kind of like make a well, it's called, in the middle of the flour, where we're gonna pour the wet ingredients. What's happening, Blondie? Good to see you today. Happy Thanksgiving Sunday to you. You're supposed to go to your mate's birthday meal last night, Mickey, but you stayed in. That was like me. I was supposed to go see some family yesterday that I haven't seen in a long, long time. But I honestly did not feel like going anywhere after stream, so I just made plans to do something today instead. A little taparoo. Honky donkey. Misha's trying to go to jail already. Don't think I can't read backwards. Who do you think I am? Now we become the stand mixer, is how I always feel when I mix this. Just go round and around. Remember, you don't want to over mix it because it's really freaking dense. Like really dense. My goodness, it's gonna be good. I'm gonna do a bit of folding here. That's what I was looking for, is those dry bitlies. These are the thickest muffins I've ever made. Just like to let that be known. I'm gonna stop there because we'll still have to scoop them into the tin. Yeah, I wonder. Like I said, they're dense, so that's why we start at a higher heat. Okay, we still gotta make the crumb topping. Let's read what we need for that. And I'm sure we need a bowl again. Crumb topping. 3/4 of a cup of all-purpose flour. Thought you didn't put it away. Mish says no comment. Us in Discord this morning, hilarious. It was like laughing out loud. Sam thought I was crazy.
I do.
3/4 of a cup of all-purpose flour. Maybe we might need more. Let's see. We're gonna go some more white sugar and brown sugar again. But only 1/4 cup of each this time. And then some butters. And they put more of the pumpkin spice in the crumb too. So I'm glad we didn't overdo it with the spices in the muffin batter. I'll do a couple more pinches of all those things. I think we're good. Maybe we should also do a pinch of salt. Nutmeg. Look, it's almost time to get more finally after 5 billion years. Yeah. Just grate it fresh instead. Just gonna tap the cinnamon in, guys. Tap, tap, taparoo. There you go, the allspice. Just get a spoon. We'll mix all this before we put the butter. Nice. Mish got slapped with a dinosaur. Oh, I'm glad I kept this actually, because we do have to melt more butter. Okay, it says 6 tablespoons.
Oh shit!
Holy! The fact that you guys added that is actually hilarious. I love it. Boom! I'm gonna screenshot it. So what, if you get slapped with feta, you gotta send the person feta that's you got slapped by with? How does this work? Gotta start making some rules. 6 tablespoons of butter.
This is what my wife does, Beach, just to let you know.
Might want to turn the mic down a little. It was peaking. You heard it a couple times. Okay. I'm so confused. Oh. I can't even fix it then. What if Sam's never here again? I'd be so screwed. The stream's over. Okay. Is that better, Greek? It peaked when I laughed? Okay. That's the stuff that we gotta watch out for. Okay, 20 more seconds or 30 seconds for melting the butter. I'm gonna go find the muffin tin liners. Going on an adventure around the corner. Okay, I see some. What size are they? They are size medium only. Well, maybe that kind of makes sense, honestly. Make like more bite-sized muffins, since we have to use 2 pans anyways. Why am I seeing here that my muffin tins aren't even clean? That is a question that I'm asking myself. Unless it was just leftover crusties from the dishwasher. Excuse me? Excuse me, please? Okay, time to make some yummy crumbs. I won't pour all of it at first since I didn't measure. Just watch it come together. And then add more if we think we need it. Looking pretty nice and crummy to me. I'm gonna do a bit more. I think we're good. Use it all. Hi, Kermit. How's your Sunday going? Eventually, I'm going to switch to my hands. I'm just trying to not get them messy yet. Because I like really nice big crumbs. Let's get all this stuff out of the spoon. Because once you have the larger crumbs, you could always break them up smaller, right? Seeing how this is. And I have it in my hand, if it's gonna keep the shape or what. I think it's good. They're quite delicate. But I also used coconut sugar. So it might act a little bit different too. I feel like the only other thing we could do is like add a little splash of water in here. Is what I want to do. Just to bring it together. And it will also add like more crunch to the crumb. Just gonna like wet my hands and then mix it. Going to get fried chicken wings in a bit. But now everything just stuck to my hands instead, Greek. This is not too bad. Not loving it. I'm gonna switch now. Just rub all this stuff off, and I'll just add a bit more water and use a spoon. These are like the yummy crumbs that you can get on top of coffee cakes usually. The nice thing about making it into a muffin version is that it doesn't take nearly as long to bake. And also they're ready to eat. You don't have to slice into it. Just put it in your mouth. We got it. Kind of mash it all together. It's way better. Okay. Next one. Line them up. So whenever we fill, what the heck is the crumb in there for? Muffin liners. We don't want to go all the way to the top. It's usually about 3/4 full. And that way it won't spill over the edge when they bake. Nice. Guys, our roommate comes home today. Yeah. Sounds good. That's amazing to come home to. Smoked turkey dinner. I can't get it. There we go. It's all stuck together. These medium ones are really hard to pull apart. The splash of water, right? That little bit of water was perfect. I mean, let's see what we need out of this. I can always take them away. They sound right up your alley. I think they're gonna be nummy num. Sam was already saying num to the crumbs. So there's the batter. I'm just gonna get a little scoop to help us fill. Instead of getting messy. It's tasties. With the crumb it will be good.
Oh yeah.
And then the icing after.
Oh yeah.
Okay, there's our scooper. Remember, not filled up full, and these are only medium size. Kind of give it a push down. Maybe a bit more, Samo? What do you think? Oh, cool. I think that looks good, guys. That one's pretty heaping. You can always take some out after. If you look at all of them once they're filled and you're like, oh, that one has a little bit too much. There's it came back? Guys, the pigeon came back. Why? Like, they've never come by in, like, at least a month we've been watching. But why today, now that we have the Traeger? Because it's warm, maybe? The pigeons are coming back. That's so funny. Sam was on pigeon patrol. Okay, next one. There's not a ton left in here. Scrape it out. Will we get one more? I'm thinking. That one's kind of small, but I know that one in the other tin is pretty large. So we'll just adjust those. Get them side by side now. Which one was it? This one. It's like heaping above the muffin liner already. Transfer. Okay, guys. Next one, we'll sprinkle our crummies. I'll switch that so it's the full tin. There we go. Bam. See if I can use my hands now and how sticky this is going to be. Oh yeah, that feels much nicer. Just add in the water and then kind of letting it sit for a minute together. Okay. Just like pick up a bunch, squeeze it in your hand, and you can squeeze it back over the top, like that. So just do a little bit at first on top of each one, because we can always go back over after if there's extra. Right? It's like crumbly, but it still sticks. And that's how you know it's gonna be like really good crumb on top after it bakes. Had a couple crumb muffins before. Is like when you go to bite into it and like the crumbs just fall right off of the top. It's always so frustrating. I get sad. There's a lot of crumb too to put on top. That's us following the recipe. Yeah, it feels like kind of sandy, we could say. Good way to describe it. There's no skimping on the topping. Now we can top up some of the other ones. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna stop there. I know there's a little bit left, but if you put too much, it's just gonna fall off when it starts to rise. That looks yummy. I don't know if I heard the oven beep. Did you, Sam? Guys, did anyone hear the oven beep in the background? I can't remember. I don't think I did. Okay, I'm just gonna pack up the stuff that we don't need anymore on the counter while we're waiting for the oven before we start our next task. Is anyone else that's in chat making turkey today? No, Greek said he's having chicken. That was an easy cleanup. Muffin liners, let's take out the extra ones here that we didn't fill. As long as they're clean as well. There's a couple that got like a little fatty stain on it, so we'll get rid of those too. And next, we'll look at what we need for the maple icing. Bring the maple over. Do we have icing sugar still? Okay. Let us see. Maple icing. 1.5 cups of icing sugar, 2 tablespoons of maple syrup, and 2 tablespoons of milk. It's in the 1 liter. Sweet. That stuff's ready. Gonna put these over here. Brushing some of the crumbs back in on the muffin so it doesn't just bake onto the muffin tin. Okay, first step completed. Let's have a little sneak a peek out there. Oh, wrong one, sorry. That's the one. Nothing crazy happening. No pigeons. Okay. Now I'm looking up the sourdough stuffing. Our favorite buttery herb stuffing. 1.5 loaves of bread. So basically the loaves that we have there then. Okay. Do you really like stuffing, Samuel? Perfect. And then we still have the pumpkin bread to eat this week? Okay. Well, like, my parents don't eat bread, really. With my dad having diabetes, and my mom has to change her diet a bit now. Oh, like, sneak some of that in? Oh, the round bread, you're saying. I've heard brown. I was like, you want me to use this one? But I guess I will use that up too. Okay, so Sam's saying to use the round bread. I thought he was saying brown bread. I'm like, what? We only have that much. But use this because it's harder to slice to toast. Fair enough. Okay, so we got our breads. Need more butter. It says preferably toasted or stale. Okay, so what's this step? Note about the bread cubes. You have options here. Stale or toasty bread works best. The first option is that you can cut your bread into cubes, place it in a baking dish, and let it sit overnight. Didn't do that. You can also cut the cubes, put them in the oven, toasting them at like 350 degrees until they're like croutons. So after the muffins come out, we can totally do that. Same oven temp. Awesome. And that way we don't have a soggy stuffing, okay? So why don't we start by toasting up our bread, and then you can just put it right onto a sheet pan. You don't really need to have it lined. The bread shouldn't stick when it dries out. Was that an oven beep while I was down there? Did my ear just ring? Okay. When I closed the thing, it was like beep! Or something scratched. breadly cubes. It's time. Just start by slicing it, and then we'll go back through and make our dices. Our cute little pumpkin bread. Okay, so we'll just slice it across this way. And I'm doing about 1-inch cubes, guys. Look at how nice it turned out, though. Sam's doing crazy stuff. It's almost the whole freaking width or length of my knife. That's a big old bread. It baked up amazing though, even round. I've never made like a round version of sandwich bread before. One little slice. Now that is a loaf of bread. I am very proud of this loaf of bread, Rocco guy. It got such good flavor. We'll go back through, make our cubes. I just have the sheet pan right beside me. You'll be able to see it's just right here. So I'm just gonna slide it off of the board right on the pan. Easy. Hi. What happened over there? Oh, I didn't hear you. I just hear giggles. The giggler's on the loose. That's
Hey,
the oven beep.
Oven beeped.
Everyone, the oven beeped. It's ready. Okay.
Oh no, that was toast.
No, it wasn't. Toaster doesn't. Well, I guess it does beep, but not like that. Okay, I'm just gonna arrange one of the racks. For those of you just coming in, pumpkin spice crumb muffins. Pumpkin crumb muffins. They look pretty dang good. We're gonna set a 5-minute timer at this temp, and then we're gonna turn down the oven. Get the turkey before the pigeon does? Oh gosh, is it there again? Oh phew, it's not. We're okay. It's taken me like a year and a half to finally get my balcony back to be usable and not just covered in pigeon poop and what they think that they're living in. And now for whatever reason today, they think they're coming back for a visit after like a month of not seeing them. I feel like they're like drawn to the heat of the Traeger. They're just coming to check out what's cooking. We got cooker birds. The feetsies are cold, I know. It's cooling off. That's a lot of bread. It's okay, because when you mix it up, it kind of absorbs the liquid and will compact a bit. Thank you very much. This recipe is a keeper, guys. And all I did to make it work just a bit quicker for us was just added 1 teaspoon of commercial yeast in with it. But I was still able to bake the bread within the same day, which is important to me. Pigeons are like probably one of the most misunderstood birds, because like they used to have a purpose in their life. And then when we stopped using them as that purpose, well, now they just don't have anywhere to go and they don't know what to do. That's why they're always like, they try to always be around humans still. Because that's how they were like raised from way, way back. Like that's literally in their genetics. And yeah, they're cliff dwellers, so they like balconies. I know there's a lady on like the back side of our building that definitely feeds all the birds. So that's a little bit annoying because then they think every balcony will probably do that. Just a little bit of brown bread going in. Shh, who's gonna know? Yeah, right? City pigeons are really different than like wild pigeons. It's true, Greek. This is the biggest pile of bread ever. This is so fun. I'll kind of get it to one even layer now. Like, who are we cooking for? Everyone on the 3rd floor is getting turkey and stuffing today. Stop getting stressed out. I'm just being hilarious and dramatic. Why would we do that, Mish? Throw another loaf? No! I don't want to just eat stuffing for the rest of my life. Okay, so those are ready to go in the oven whenever we turn it back down, which could be soon, in about a minute or so. So don't go anywhere. I'm just gonna wait. And then we'll get those toasting. She said about 15 minutes or so. A buckshot? Like what? Guys. Guys, are you hunting squab for the smoker? You like our pumpkin? We're eating this today. We're eating it, and guess what? We don't even have to peel the skin off. That's what we're gonna do next, Mickey. This is called a kabocha squash. It's a Japanese variety that you can eat the skin. It is delicious. It's so bright and orange on the inside, you'll see. Yeah, we're just setting boundaries. We're just setting boundaries. Okay, what do we got? Timer's done. $350 on the oven. One moment, please, Sam. Breadlies going in, so we're just going to kind of toast these, dry them out so our stuffing doesn't end up soggy. And now I'll reset a timer for the muffins too. Let's do like 10 minutes on that and let's see. It's time. Welcome to Sam and Kate's hardware store. Anything that you need, we got. Maybe not everything. Okay. Next on our stuffing recipe. Butter your baking dish. Let's get it out. You can also use non-stick spray, it says. Place all of the bread in a very large bowl. Or they said even just in the baking dish you're gonna bake it in and you can mix it in there. Hi, John! Happy Thanksgiving to you too, dude. All of our fellow Canadians in here. I hope you have a wonderful day full of lots of yummy foods. That's like the only reason I celebrate holidays. I'm sure you guys all know that are in here. I just use it as an excuse to make delicious food. But that's kind of like the thing that I do every week, really, in my life. Okay, so we're heating butter. And then we're going to saute some onion, celery, and garlic, they said. I always put carrot in my stuffing, but I'll grate it with a box grater so it's not super crunchy. So we'll do onion, celery, carrot, garlic with the butter. A little bit of herbages for flavoring. And we pour that mixture over the bread. And then we're gonna mix 1.5 cups of our turkey stock with a couple eggs. And then that is like your moistener and binder for the stuffing. And then we mix this all together. Give it a nice little press into the baking pan. And it does bake for quite a while, so I'm sure this will start long before the squash, like 45 to 50 minutes. Crazy wazy, but it is worth it, we know that. Okay, I'm just gonna take a really quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a moment, don't go anywhere. Hello, I have returned. Welcome. Had to nail clip the puppers. Is puppers good at nail clipping though? Okay, so we're gonna have to chop up some veggies then while we're waiting on our stuff. Onion, celery, carrot. Let's get into it. And the garlics. Need like some stubby carrots for grating. Make our life easy. That'll be good. The peeler's in here. Is it? Peel those babies up while we're waiting. We got like 4 minutes left to check. You can leave the top stem on a bit to hold on to. I always find that's handy if you're gonna grate the carrot. Next, we'll tip and top our couple celery stalks and then give those a wash. That reflection on the knife. Crazy. One clove of garlic. Guess I'll have to go get some more of that because that was so good. And it lasted a while too. Might have been expensive, but it goes a long way. So we should... Oh, there was actually dirt from there. We will, I guess, press this with the garlic press. Want to go and tempt the turkey? Yeah, would love to. Guys, we're gonna go and tempt the turkey. It's been on for 2 hours now? 2 and a bit hours. Let's go see. Oh, those are cool things. You have to build them all? We're gonna go in the leg area, down by the bone. Oh yeah, we're rolling right along if that's what it is. 139 already? Yeah! Even the breast as well is like going by the winger is 120. So that is going really good, guys. 2 hours and it's already... Yeah, 2 hours and it's already like rolling right along. Because we could turn it up potentially to 350 to crisp that skin, but then it's gonna cook too quick. So we'll just let it go low and slow. Okay, hurry up your butt, Kate. I love when this scenario happens because then I don't have to work as slow as I thought. Let's go, everyone. Get into this unreal garlic. Putting it into second. Get some veggies cooking in butter. Yeah, really easy. Squash, gravy, and then the stuffing. That's it. We're good. Okay, so we're gonna like fine dice the onion and the celery. That's a 10-minute timer for me to check the oven things. The muffins look phenomenal. Just saying. Okay. About an hour, hour and a half. This, just gonna give it a little stir. It's a bit crisp just on the top, but obviously the ones underneath need a little extra love. I'll just quickly do that, put them back in, and then I think I'll just set another 5 minutes to check on the muffins and see where they're at in their process. But that is working so good to just give a little bit of dryness to these bread. Our nice cubes. It's looking good. Like, as far as the color of the skin, pretty plain. Could always maybe swipe a bit of butter on the outside, I guess, to brown it. Gotta swipe that butter. Grab a little container. What's everyone else's, like, favorite Thanksgiving or holiday side dishes? I always try to pick a few different ones all the time. But I mean, can't really beat the classics. Just give you gravy, Mish? You're just, like, gravy obsessed. Do you build the, like, we call it a well in the mashed potatoes? Put a little mound in the mashed potatoes, then you put your gravy lake in there. That's my favorite. You don't do mash for the holidays. You just do boiled potatoes. So I guess you can't make the gravy well then the same way. Still good though. We do. Yeah, we do have leftover mash to even have with our turkey today. How smart was that for us? Very smart. She just wants her gravy in a coffee cup. Oh my gosh. Where's my gravy? And if the gravy's good, you should be able to drink it. With feta gravy. Don't grate the fingy. Bailey girl. Good to see you. Your family's homemade dressing and stuffing made with mashed potatoes, summer savory. I'm going to stop there on the carrot. Onions and bread in it is your favorite Thanksgiving and Christmas side dish. It's always better when you don't use the box stuff. Right? Because you could easily just, like, buy that, what is it, stovetop brand of stuffing and do that. But it's just so much better when you just put a bit extra love into it. Gravy is just au jus, but thicker. Pretty much. Like, some people might reduce their stock a bit for the gravy so that the flavor is more concentrated than what au jus would be. But it really is quite similar. Like, even just having the juices from whatever you roast or cook is still going to be better than not, right? Having au jus is still better than having no au jus. And au jus is just a French translation that means, like, with juice. With the juice. That's what we want. Okay, so those are all of our yummy stuffing things, other than the garlic. Give me one sec. Sam, even like when we were working at the catering spot, when we made the stuffing, you still cut up all your own bread and stuff, right? You never used the package mixes. Yeah, you always have to cut it all up. Okay. Right. Guys, let's check these. Let's check these, because I realized that I forgot to reset the timer. I see like a 170. I think they're basically done. I'll go a couple more minutes. Go 2 more minutes on those. Okay, over to the stove. I was gonna grab a pot for all this stuff while I was over here. Even I'll just do a frying pan. We'll cook quicker that way. I'll get our butter melting before we press this garlic. Notice how I didn't press the garlic with the other veggies, because sometimes it will burn before the other veggies are cooked. So always be wary of that. Bonk, when I'm done eating the French dip, what do we do with the leftover au jus? That's right, we drink it. We do. That's like the same thing we do when we have Greek salad. There's like that little bit of dredges of the dressing in the bowl still. We always drink it. Greek salad dressing shots. It'll wake you up. Get you going. Okay, 1 cup of butter, guys. Whoa-ly. Whoa. That's a lot. Like basically this whole block. Did we turn the GoPro on yet or no? Okay. No, there's a hole in the butter paper. We're sad. Okay, now the pressing of this garlic. That is very sticky. Let me grab the container for it first. See how I even left it like in the skin? So it didn't just make the whole cutting board taste like garlic. She's thinking. Hey. I had a shower. Yeah. But yeah, I was saying like we always drink the juices from the Greek salad dressing. So good. check this out. You okay? Whoa, I almost died too. I hit the muffins on the side. Where do these go? Over here. I hit the muffins on the side of the oven. You guys hear the butter melting? That's them. We'll take our breadlies out. Let those start to cool off a bit. And just turn that off for a moment or two until we're ready. Can I come have your help over here for a bit? I'm gonna turn this on. Racetrack! Oh! You want the scene?
Yeah.
We want the scene. This is the music to our ears. Vroom vroom. It's the 95th Street Racetrack.
Is that plugged in?
Yeah. It's just being a silly butt. Holy! Thanks, Sambo. Okay, this is the moment. We're gonna put the veggies into the butter and get them cooking. Samo found the muffins. Wait, I didn't make the icing yet. I guess you can try them without. But they gotta cool a bit. See? It's gotta cool for the icing too, it said. Okay, so we are going to cook these veggies. They can get a little bit browned, but we're more looking to like get them nice and translucent with all this butter. That'll take probably close to 10 minutes. So keep getting the rest of the stuff ready for the stuffing, like the eggs. What else was in there? The stock we can mix together while this is cooking. And then I'll also add a bit of salt and pepper to this pan right now too. Help draw out some of that extra moisture. And also flavor it so it's not bland. And then don't forget, I'll bring the garlic over here too. Gotta add the garlic near the end. Nom. Happy Thanksgiving Eve? Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, friend. I hope you're having a good day. It's like so pink. There we go. There we go. Cornbread stuffing and your homemade cranberry orange sauce. What? I love cranberry orange sauce too. That's amazing. That's so nice too. Your church hosted a Thanksgiving dinner for homeless people there, and like the guests licked the plates clean and scraped the bowls until every drop and crumb was gone. That's what you want, right? I'm gonna mix in the seasoning, give this a stir. And then we can get this bread all into the big mixing bowl. This is just cooking at medium heat. And then I'm also going to butter this pan. Just use your... Yeah, this is still too hot to move this pan, so I'll just do it over here. Just use a little chunk of butter, hold on to it, and just swipe it around the dish. Around all the edges. Something like that. Don't forget the sides of the pan. Nothing worse than trying to clean out the stuffing pan afterwards. So help yourself out. And like, it's not that we want to put parchment either, because we want it to kind of brown up around the edges. We just don't want it to stick is the thing. Okay, so there's that. Buttered up. I gotta wash my hands. It's Derp Spot Dave. Hi. How's your weekend going? I don't know if you heard that, Crazy Alice's, but Sam's mom is from Germany and he was born there. He said that his mom still calls corn pig food as well. So like, you guys don't really eat corn? Okay, so it's like a different type of corn maybe that they grow. Get our big bowl. That crispy, crunchy sound, awesome. Homemade bread for stuffing. This might be a first for me. Yeah, not the mass-produced maize from USA. Are you sure? Give this another stir. Maize. Little flip around. We still need some herbs into here. I'm gonna go see what I can discover for dried herbs. This will be the best stuffing ever, Greek. I hope so. Where was Sam born? In Lar. In Lar. Okay, let me go hunt in the spice bin. I got dried thyme. You can use some of that. Maybe like a little bit of oregano is nice. They said like Italian seasoning, which I never have Italian seasoning because I don't like the flavor of it much. I'm just gonna do a little pinch of the poultry blend. That was in the spice mix that we used for the turkey too. We'll come full circle. Let that cook a bit more though before we put the spices and the garlic in together. Sage? Sage would be awesome too. Yeah, I don't have dried sage either.
Yeah?
I'm talking to a magpie outside. Where is he?
Are they being bullies? Why are they being bullies? I don't know. Get him.
What is he doing out there? I don't know. Okay, what's next? Our eggs. I'm trying not to get distracted. Egglies. Gotta keep this train rolling. You can hear his mic. So I was like talking over him. We got some pretty cool magpies that will always visit. And they'll come and chat with us. They're so dang cute. It's like they really took over this city this year. Sage is what makes stuffing. So there's sage in the poultry spice blend, guys. So don't worry, okay? Yeah, they know. Okay, 2 large eggs. And then a cup and a half of our stock.
The magpie was just seeing what's up.
Sorry, why did they put 2.5 cups? Heat the butter, Cook until the onions and celery soften, stir in the sage, parsley, Pour that over the breadcrumbs, toss well to coat. In a small bowl with a measuring cup, mix. Where'd the other 1 cup of stock? That's what I'm wondering, is like, we lost a cup of stock somewhere. I literally don't see where she says it. Oh, yes, it does. Afterwards. So after they cook. So 2.5 cups of stock then. This is also looking insane, guys. The butter all floating up. It's like swimming in butter. This has got to be phenomenal. You want to be swimming in butter one day? Me too. That's the way to go. This is honestly one of my favorite smells. Mirepoix cooking in butter. So freaking good. Was he telling you? Yeah, he was telling him the news of the day. Okay, come over quick. That's funny. Two egglies. We'll whip those first and then we'll mix the stock in after. That's our moistener and binder for the stuffing. And Sam will give you some turkey smoking updates and pointers. I have the recipe linked that we're following from Traeger. We haven't done anything outside of what they told us to, other than we haven't turned up the smoker yet because it's cooking quicker than we thought. This stock is homemade. So yesterday on stream, we took the back out of the turkey. We spatchcocked it, it's called, so it lays flat on the smoker. And then we cooked that overnight to make a stock. I had some other like homemade stock already in the fridge, so I just combined it all together. So that's what we're using today. That's why it looks so dark and delicious. But always whip up your eggs first by themselves. until it's really creamy looking. It looks like coffee. It's quite dark. Okay, a cup and a half. Guys, I'm not gonna put the stock with the veggies. I'll just add more stock if we think that we need it, but I don't like too soggy of stuffing. So we'll measure out the cup and a half. This little fat slice went in there. And then that can go in there. No, because we already have a cup of butter. But that is good thinking. We can maybe use that for the gravy. We already have a cup of butter. I can't put more. Because it'll just cook out. What is the egg for? That's how you make stuffing and don't have it just like soggy from the liquid. You always need a bit of egg to bind. Okay, so garlic now. Minced garlic. And then our spices. And then we're probably good to get this oven back on. So the stuffing's gonna start cooking while we prep the squash up. The squash is quite quick to roast. Okay, little sprinkle of oregano. Gonna start to add our spices. Some dried thyme. And then a little pinch of the poultry spice blend. If you guys wanted sage in the stuffing, it's a must. So there you go. Smelling really good now. And thank Gaffle Bitters. I think we got this pan in like 2015. So it's almost 10 years old, or it is 10 years old. I forget when we first got it. But we've used it on so many different cooktops too, like gas, electric flat, then this coil burner style. She's come a lot of places around the country of Canada. Yeah, we've cooked it on the grill before too. Over the fire. Old Faithful, that one. You remember, see? Over all the years, it would mess up the Wi-Fi sometimes. Yeah, and like our mic induction with microphones. Yeah, okay, I'm turning the pan off, guys. Doesn't really have to cook anymore. So now we have our bowl of bread. The oven is starting to heat up again. This is like a 45-minute bake time. We are going to pour this hot stuff over and then finish with the egg and the stock to moisten. But look at that. Such perfect cubes. Aw, thank you. You can tell I've maybe made some stuffing in my life. And croutons, right? I think probably more croutons than stuffing is what I've made. Scrape it all out. Yeah. Sam is the holiday food master. I don't think we need that pan anymore. Well, I guess unless maybe we want to use it for the gravy, because it's really flavorful. Whew. Give this a toss is what I always do first before we add anything else. And yeah, you guys can always add like cooked ground meat into your stuffing if you want meat in there. But if you have some people that are vegetarian, maybe it's nicer to just make a veggie version of stuffing, even though we use turkey stock. So you'd have to use veggie stock if that was the case. How does one make a crouton? Like cut the bread up like this, and then you want a lower oven temp. Everyone thinks you just have to like brown the croutons to make them good, but the thing is you need to dry out and toast the bread before you brown it. Otherwise, if you don't do that step, that's where you'll have those croutons that are like rock hard and they cut your mouth open when you eat them. That's because they just made the croutons very quick. So doing it at 325 is going to take longer, but you'll dry out the bread enough that it's going to be like really nice and crunchy and light. Not just like hard on the outside and inside. And yeah, I usually season my croutons first. Like I'll toss the bread cubes with olive oil, usually granulated garlic, and oregano is what I like for my croutons, and then salt and pepper, toss it all together, put it on the sheet pan. And then it'll probably take around 20-30 minutes in the oven at 325 Fahrenheit until it's done. This is looking good, guys. It doesn't look overly wet, so I think we can get away with the other half cup. And so we seasoned the veggies when we cooked them. And like bread is always has a little bit of salt in it too, right? I don't know, Sam. What do you think? I gotta add a bit more seasoning on the top now with the bread? Just try it first. I'm weird about the egg though. Okay. It's looking really good though, guys. Sam's not weird about the egg, so he'll try it. But I've always been a weird egg person. I just don't want the egg ick. The salmonella. Salmonella. Wet the dries, dry the wets.
A little more salt.
A little more salt. Tasty bits though?
Yeah.
Just like this.
Yeah, that should be sufficient.
Sweet. That looks good. My finger swipe on here. Like, what the heck? Yes, I used my hands. Don't even look over there. Hey, get out of here. You nut. Bonk. Like literally. Okay, trying to get this all in here without making a mess. Success. Has anyone ever heard of Only Sam's? The thing about cooking food like this is the amount of dishes, guys. I just can't get over it. Like, I'm gonna hire my own dishwasher. This is crazy. Like, the more dishes I make, I don't want to cook anymore. Ugh. I love cooking, but gosh dang. Some days you just don't want to do all the dishes. So now I always kind of just like give this a little pack down. So it doesn't get too dry as it's baking. Not too like hard, because then I find it goes really soggy. What's the brown in there? That was just a different type of bread that I used up. One of our multi-grain sourdough breads that I've made on stream before. There's just like a little end of it, so I just cut it up and added it in there. Is this Canadian style stuffing? I thought it was just a traditional style stuffing. I don't think I would call it Canadian. I don't know if there is a Canadian style. Right, okay, so now do we bake this with the foil on to start? Nope, it just says bake it for 45 to 50 minutes until the internal temperature registers 160 degrees F. If it gets too brown during that time, you can then put foil on top. But otherwise, you want to leave it open so that the bread can get crunchy on top. So the oven's just above 350 Fahrenheit. We can get it in there, and then I'll set my timer. It looks like stuffing you make, Scoots. I think a lot of stuffing looks very similar to this. But I'm just excited to try it with our own bread today. Is this stuffing a full side dish, or are you using it to stuff inside some protein? So it is called stuffing because some people will stuff it inside of the turkey cavity. It's a lot harder to do that successfully because then you're really like waiting and hoping that the stuffing in the turkey is gonna get all cooked through, right? As the turkey cooks. So that's why I like to keep it all separate. It's just easier that way. And then also I said, like, if you have someone vegetarian, you don't want your stuffing in the turkey. That will weird them out. So make your stuffing on this side. Yes, Bonk. Yeah, stuffing goes in the bird. Dressing is what I made. But for whatever reason, we just all know it as stuffing because that's what we grew up calling it. Right, yeah, if you put it inside the bird, like Who's Poppin' says, it can take so long to cook. And like in most food places, like restaurants and stuff, you will never do that just because it's too risky for food safety and the temperatures of everything, right? Just save yourself the stress. Okay, let me get that timer on for that, and then into the squash next. Which is going to be baked in the same dish. So let's get another one out. And we're gonna line this with foil and parchment to start. Makes it really easy to clean after, especially when you roast things like squash that have like some sweetness, some sugars that can stick on. It's always so frustrating to try and scrub those off, and I don't want to like scratch this pan surface at all. Sam's stories of when he worked catering, or when we worked catering during Christmas time in Vancouver one year, is so nuts. True Prime, hello. How's it going? Are you new here? Okay. I got it in all the edges. Hopefully that wasn't too crazy sounding. Ouch! Be careful with the foil, it's sharp. Don't get hurt. Yeah, I've never worked at a chain restaurant either. Okay, so you have dried stuffing that you add boiled water to hydrate. So we have that too. You can just buy a box of it. So now you're learning. That's why I show up every weekend. So that you guys can hopefully learn something new. Okay, and then we're gonna do one more tear of foil to wrap around the top of the pan when we start roasting the squash. For things like root vegetables and squash, I find it's really helpful if you foil it at first kind of get the heat building up in there and the steam to cook it through, and then you can take the foil off at the end to brown it. Your stovetop stuffing is just called stuffing. Ours is like the brand is called Stovetop. I don't even know if there's any other brand that makes stuffing like that. It's just cornered by Stovetop, that's it. Cornered the market. Okay, now we're gonna get into cutting up this squash. That's chilling up here. Samuel, you wanna try a muffin? You're okay right now? Okay. Who in chat has had kabocha squash before? That is this. I'm gonna wash it up because we don't peel this. That's interesting, Crazy Alices. If you do stuff the bird, just put foil inside first so that you can take it all out. That, I kind of like that. Is this imported? Really? You guys have never had this? This is like really popular here in Canada. This is a kabocha squash. It's a Japanese variety. It's quite starchy. Like it's a similar color to butternut squash, but it's very starchy, so not as watery. Think that. So that's why I want to steam it a little bit. You live in Ontario. This is wild. Like, we've had kabocha for years already on the west side of Canada. Yeah, we only eat hot dogs and KD, Kate. So I'm going to cut on each side of this just because this is, like, literally wooden. So just be careful getting into it. I usually do some knife rocking action to start. And then slide it out. We'll turn it, go down the other side where we already had it marked. One cut down. Did my Canadian come out there? So that's what it looks like on the inside. It's so vibrant and beautiful. And now, right, like you literally have to hold on to it so hard. So now at least we have a flat surface to turn it onto. So I'll cut off one other side and then that should be good for us. Just remember, try and go on this side of the stem. You might chip your knife blade if you hit that. There we go. That one cracked a little bit. And then this, all I do with the extra squash chunk is just wrap it with plastic, nice and tight, adhere to that, and we'll use it up next week on stream doing something. But squash like that stays in the fridge long time. Scrape out all the seeds. You only eat hot dogs and KD. What are you doing with today's meal? I was just repeating what somebody else said they ate. This is definitely not the place to come if you're expecting me to teach you how to make craft dinner and hot dogs. That's like something somebody else can cook for me. We cook yummy, healthy, tasty foods here. Looks like a Hokkaido squash, so maybe that's the other word for it, I think. Crazy Alices, because I've heard of that. A Hokkaido squash. So we're gonna flavor this with some maple syrup because I always find a bit of sweetness with this squash is really good. Some olive oil, some thyme. And then I think we'll chop up some pecan nuts. And also let those toast up with everything. The squash is really good with seeds and nuts. We had a farm yesterday, just the usual squash. Acorn, butternut, and the decorative ones. What about spaghetti? We've also had other ones. Delicata squash is really good. You can eat the skin on that one too. It's yellow with like green stripes on it. Hi Wilson, how's it going? We're just getting into our squash. So now what I'm going to do is cut this just in half. I think that's what I did last time. Maybe a bit smaller. In thirds. Yeah. Nice. And then I'm just gonna hold it and we're gonna cut chunks like that through and then just into the bowl. And then we'll dress everything once it's all cut. You guys have all this stuff out here. I didn't even know how spoiled we were. Hi JK, good to see you. I freaking love mac and cheese. How did you know? Like, you just can tell how hard this squash is because I literally need like 2 hands. Otherwise it just like hurts trying to use one. Don't hurt your wrist. So dang tasty though. And we've also made soup with this before on stream. And it turned out amazing. Maybe you need to shop elsewhere besides No Frills. I used to shop at No Frills a lot, but yeah, I haven't shopped there basically this entire year. And I think I'm happier. Made mac and cheese today. Can't beat it. Made from scratch. You can't. Isn't this nuts? See how it like, on the knife it even like cracks off? There. Anything I make is good. Wilson, thank you. Yeah, we're celebrating Canadian Thanksgiving today. Ours is early in October, different from the States. And then we were also talking a bit yesterday about like different countries and places around the world. Don't really celebrate Thanksgiving the way that we do. So that was interesting. It's like Thanksgiving here has a couple things that it's known for. Like some people will say Thanksgiving is a time to like celebrate the harvest from the fields and the farmers basically being done for the season. Other people say it's a holiday where like we celebrate getting our land or something like that. So I think it's whatever you want to believe it. And like I always say, I don't really celebrate holidays too much other than for just the excuse to eat good food. I should start having viewers visit and help and try the food. You volunteer and you'll wash the dishes. That would be fun. We used to do something called Food for Friends when we were in BC still, and cook for our friends every week. And then we also had some people from our Twitch community that came over and had food at our house. So we've done it a few times. And then I'm also going to say, if there are any people that live in Alberta or BC and want to have my food, I am being featured at my culinary school for an alumni series chef's dinner on November 22nd. That's in Edmonton. So yeah, you guys can come and taste my food. I get to make a 4-course menu, and then I get to work with the students to bring it all together and like help inspire them. Super excited for that. Okay, let's get some olive oil. I think we have the maple syrup over here already. What else did I say? Thyme and pecan. Maple thyme pecan. Thanks, guys. You're flying in and you want my autograph? Done. And then, like, all of the proceeds from the dinner, right? Because people have to buy tickets. It doesn't go to me. It goes back to the school so that the students can have, like, fun things to do in the kitchen or, like, buy new pieces of equipment for them. So I thought that was so nice. Maple scissor. Brand new bottle. Why oil? We always dress our vegetables that we roast with oil or some kind of fat so that they don't dry out and don't stick all together. And then we also always know that fat equals flavor. So don't be scared. And then think about this, right? Like when you make caramel, you usually mix butter with sugar. Well, we're doing almost like a savory version of that with olive oil and maple syrup instead. And then I chose these flavors because it will complement the squash. We still need salt and pepper. Thanks, Mod Pro. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Right? The Canadian in me is showing. Using the maple. One more pinch of salt. We can always add more later. A little bit of pep. Okay, our other flavorings now. Yeah, some squashes are quite sweet on their own. I think that if you have access to acorn squash, you could do it the same way as I'm doing it today, and it will be very good. Because acorn squash, you can eat the skin too. Is our thyme even salvageable? What's going on in here? There's a little bit. I hate when they just like dry out the fresh herbs. It's not even that it went bad, it just got too dry. Sad times. Okay, that's not bad. Eat the skin. It's good for you. Trust me, we've cooked lots of acorn squash for people that I wouldn't think that would eat veggies, and they freaking love it. You'd be surprised. Yeah, we love the fresh thyme, but we do not like picking it. I always say, ain't nobody got time for that. That'll add some nice flavor, though. A little is better than none. Gotta dry off my knife. Okay, and then after this, we'll chop a bit of pecans, and then we'll toss this all together. And get it into the oven. And then we'll just work on our stovetop gravy. I think we'll just do a slurry, Samo? Or what are you feeling? Do we eat banana skins as well? No. Is that even a thing that you would typically do? Because, like, these squashes are known to eat their skin. handful of pecans. Our stuffing is starting to smell good, guys. Really good. The garlic and the herbs. I think pumpkin seeds would be really good with this as well. I think you could get away with walnuts. I would not do peanuts with this. Okay, I think we'll sprinkle these on after we take the foil off. I was just thinking about that. I don't want the pecans to go soggy, because that is a thing that could happen. So wait until we take the foil off. I'll bring our prepared pan over so that once we're done mixing, it can just go right into there. So yeah, look at all that goodness underneath that we have to get all tossed and coated together. You'll also be really surprised how much the squash will soak up all this, because it is very starchy. So it'll basically glaze itself, is this mixture. Always scrape out the bowl. Doesn't look like much, but let's not waste it. That stuff's expensive. Olive oil and maple syrup. That ain't cheap eats no more. Don't worry about that stuff, guys, in the bottom. We want that. Bless you, Samo. Now I'll just spread it out a bit. Bless you. Holy smokes over there. What's happening? There we go. One even layer. Now we'll cover it with the foil. Cooking koalas, what are you making? And hi, Cookie. Happy Sunday. I hope you are having a good weekend. He's exercising his demons, always. This is our timer for the stuffing. So that's how much time we have to get the rest of the stuff done. Did we take that turkey off and let it rest, Sam? Are you able to? Okay. Just a suggestion. Okay, guys, next one. This is such a crazy one. Let's go with a... I guess we just need a small pot to bring up our stock and make a bit of gravy. Can we see in here? You're making chocolate espresso brownies. Those are good. I've made those before and people got obsessed with them. With a peanut butter center, mint chip cookie crisp in there. Whoa, peanut butter and mint? Are you just going all out today? That sounds wild. Okay, I see that we have to pop up a little bit here. Uno momento. Oh, I used my little container. It's okay. We can't even see in the pot. 143 on the turkey breast, so we should turn that up then, if that's the case. And guys, I'm setting a 10-minute timer to check on the squash. You first started it in your smoothies? Peanut butter and mint? That's crazy stuff. But I mean, if you like it, that's all that matters. We are in it to win it. Turn that on. We'll go medium heat. We're pouring our stock into the pot. We'll do a bit more. And the rest of that will go into the fridge now that we're done with it. And now we're gonna wait for this to come up to a simmer. A little bit more. And then we're gonna thicken it with a cornstarch slurry. Who knows what that is? And yes, there's breadcrumbs all over the stovetop from our stuffing endeavor. Don't worry, it's okay. Okay, going to grab our cornstarch. It's smelling good in here. Let's get a little container. I'll just put a few spoonfuls of the cornstarch and then some cool water. Just until you can stir it. Maybe a little bit more. So cool water in with the cornstarch, and then we want this simmering before we add it. Ooh, a junior mint milkshake. Yeah, they're doing like chocolate mint, but also with peanut butter bonk. I said I'm intrigued right now. Okay, so then we just mix that up. And now we wait. Samo, you want me to make that icing for the muffin, or you want them not as sweet? Okay, so no icing needs to be made. They look pretty nice on their own. We don't make it with a roux usually, Mish. I guess it's just personal preference, really, but I like to keep my gravy pretty nice and, like, clear, I guess. So I make it with the cornstarch just to thicken quickly. And then the other part of doing it with a roux is you always have to wait to cook out the flour a lot longer. Not that I didn't have time to do that. But I'm just like a cornstarch slurry person. What about you guys? In the gravy, you're saying? Just packing up the squash, guys. Danes always do roux, but that's just a cultural difference. It's like cultural and just maybe familial tradition, too. We got squash and celery root to use next week. Just gonna have a peek at the stuffing in the oven. It is looking pretty browned, so I might switch these sheet pans. I don't want it to get too dark on the bottom. Get that squash pumping above the hot element there. Did you guys like that little sneak peek? Looks good. The Bread Man 123, hello, welcome. How are you doing? Do a bit more of this way. Look at how dirty you made everything today. You really got into it. It's just bread crummies, though. It's not like it's oil splatter or anything like that. It's a bit warm in here, so I'll turn on the fan for us. You're doing decent? Awesome. Welcome in. If you enjoy food, you have picked the right spot on Twitch today. So your gravy is like quite dark brown, never as light as this. Even for turkey, you're saying, Mish? Or you guys do more like goose and duck, right? Whereas we can think about just the meat in general on a goose and a duck is like dark bird meat compared to turkey and chicken, which is like white meat. Yeah, if you use roux in the gravy, it'll be a bit more creamy, like Cooking Koala says. A bit more creamy and heavier. But if you do the slurry like we do, it's a little bit lighter, and like I said, it's more like clear, you can see through it. That's all I got. Should we check out one of these small muffins? It really is bite-sized small. Look at that. It's like a 2-biter. The crumbs really stuck on. I'm happy with that. Mmm. Oh, the light's bright. It's good. I don't think I need icing because the little crummies on top are quite sweet. There's a better view. And we only used medium-sized muffin liners, so it's not like a huge muffin, right? You're like, holy smokes, I don't even know if I can finish it. We have the recipe link. They're called pumpkin crumb cake muffins. Little crummies. Mish, dang. Wait, what? It's not yesterday's. What's happening? That's how easy it is just to clean that up a bit. Now it doesn't look as bad. We baked these today, yeah. First thing on stream. They turned out really good, but maybe you were thinking of the bread, Wilson. Maybe you're thinking of our sourdough bread that we baked for the stuffing on Friday. Now this is what we have left over to eat the rest of the week. Nom. But that muffin is really good, guys. Nice, like, pumpkin flavor. You make your own pumpkin spice mix for it. Not too sweet, not too dense either. Kitchen cleanup, the ultimate endgame boss. Unless you're moving out of your house and have to get it appraised. No, I was saying that earlier. It's like we all love cooking, or for those of us that do love cooking. But then you look around after and there's just dishes everywhere. It's like, man, the same person that cooks has to clean up too. Oh no. Does being skilled in the kitchen negatively affect my enjoyment of many store-bought prepared foods? I would say yeah. Like, I don't buy dessert out anymore, other than the one place, like Italian bakery, but that's it. And even then, sometimes it's a little disappointing. But yeah, I'm very particular now about like what I buy processed. Also, that was our shorter timer for the squash to take the foil off. Is it even steaming? It's not steaming yet, so I'm gonna let that keep going a bit longer. Usually I don't take the foil until it is fully steaming in there and heated through. Go back in. Turn this up just a touch. I mean, it probably is hot, just when you've been working in the industry since 2012, don't feel as much. I'm sorry. Night Wanderers, thank you very much. We got a Twitch food baby today. 9 months in a row with the Prime Gaming resub. What are we gonna name the baby today? Turkey Lurkey? That's all I got. But yeah, I don't really buy any pastries or anything like that from the store. I won't often buy their bread now that I have my starter and I'm getting more confident baking at home again. I've been more like a pastry chef rather than a baker. So more like desserts and stuff rather than breads. But now I'm kind of switching it because I want to learn more about baking breads for myself. And then like same with maybe, let's say, those like prepared meats that you can get pre-marinated from the butcher, stuff like that. Well, I'll just make my own marinade at home, right? Buy the raw product and we can do that ourselves. Things like that, I would say. Okay, this is almost good. I'm gonna go grab our whisk. Some people say that chefs have like asbestos fingers. You can't feel nothing. Okay, so that's simmering, exactly what we want. 10 minutes on the timer for the stuff in the oven. It might take longer for the squash. The gravy's looking groovy. It is gonna be very flavorful. I'm excited. Super concentrated, like chicken turkey stock. So now we mix as we drizzle. And that way we don't get any lumps. And I just kind of watch as I pour it in to see how much it thickens. And then this is where you just kind of dial in the consistency you want. I think we'll do more. Do a little more. That, and then we can also turn this down a touch now. What do I add to my gravy? Usually not much, other than maybe some salt and pepper. I like for it to like not be too flavorful, because you should get the flavor from the bird and the meat. I don't like when people use sauces to like cover up stuff. Okay, so we'll go a bit more. I don't think I needed to mix up as much as I did. Let's see. What we're taught in school is this should be the consistency that if you dip a spoon in there and swipe the back of it, it kind of holds the edges. Guess this wasn't the best spoon to pick, a very small one. You can see that though? The edges, how they're not really moving. Holy. As far as like meaty flavor in that, that's phenomenal. So I'm gonna turn that down to low now. Add some seasoning. Definitely need some salt. And a pinch of pepper. Sure. Not going too much pepper because I don't like peppery gravy. Samo's doing turkey stuff. Okay. Let's have one more taste. Who do we got coming in here? Zemming Cooks. Hello, thank you for the follow, friend. How's the smoking? We'll check. We'll check. Whoa. Is there double alerts going on right now? Let me take this away for a sec. Holy, so now you can see as we turned up the temp on the smoker how much smoke comes out. So this is the part that I always get scared that somebody's gonna call the fire department. But hopefully not. Welcome back, Gitte. Good to see you today. And thank you, Samovar. Okay, back in. Let's taste our gravies to go with that turkey. Just a nice little bubble. That's delicious. Tastes just like turkey concentrate. That's crazy. Samo says 15 minutes and that turk's coming off. That sounds great. So now we can just hold this. That is the nice part about making gravy with just a slurry. It doesn't build up as much of a film on top if you just let it sit as like a roux does with the flour. So that's all good. Let's put away anything that we don't need. Cornstarch is gone. We're done with it. And then in a few minutes, we should be putting those pecans on the squash. You have a cooking question? Go ahead, please. Smoker on a balcony is tempting fate. We've done it before. We've even had a visit from the fire department. It wasn't that traumatic, so I always joked about it. Nothing too bad happened other than we couldn't use our smoker anymore, so that would be the worst situation. How long has the turkey been going? That went on the smoker at, I think it was like 11:15 this morning. It's at 3.5 hours now, and we're just finishing it, and it was a 5 to 7 kilogram turkey. So like around like 14 to 18 pounds. Not that good at converting the weights. But not the biggest turkey ever. And then the other way that we're able to cook the turkey so quickly is we spatchcock it. So we cut the entire back out from the turkey so that you can open it flat like a butterfly. The muffins, oh man. They turned out so good. I had a little munchin of this one before you came in. I'm very happy with this recipe though. Do you know? The Muffin Man. That was my little bite-ski. I don't want to have any more because I don't want to ruin my appetite for turkey. Do I have a cassoulet recipe? I gotta look in Discord for that real quick. Good one, Bonk. There might be one. I think I remember making that once upon a time. Okay, so you have chicken thighs and or sausage and cannellini beans, either quick style or add milk and cream and simmer. I've never done it with cream. That sounds wild to me. And I've done a lot of cassoulets with duck. I've seen one in our Discord channel. If you search the recipe section, there is a pork belly cassoulet. Very delicious. There's an Instant Pot one. French duck white bean stew, that is what it's known as. So you got options, really. So cassoulet is, well, I just said it there. French stew with meat and white beans in it. And it's like a tomatoey sort of broth with stock. And then lots of herbs like rosemary and thyme. It's very, very delicious. And yeah, I've always done it with duck. Like, usually it's served with a crispy duck confit leg to go with the cassoulet. And then you just kind of pull all the meat off of the duck leg and eat it with it. Because there's always other meats in the cassoulet, like bacon, like they said, sausage, like chicken thighs. So yeah, you can really make it into something delicious. And now that the weather's cooling off, good time to make it. So if you ever see cassoulet on a restaurant menu, just know that it takes quite a bit of effort to make that dish. So if it's more expensive, it's worth it. Can I teach you how to make good duck? You should go onto my YouTube channel. I got a lot of VODs from Twitch on there, and we've cooked a lot of duck previous years. I haven't cooked duck recently, just because the price of it went up so much compared to chicken. Whereas before, duck was actually less expensive than chicken, so we ate a lot of duck for a while. But I haven't done it recently. But we've done all sorts of different styles of duck. Does Swanson make a frozen version, right, of cassoulet? You're saving up your channel points? Are you going to save it for a menu redemption? You can save them for either myself or my husband is also a chef and will cook with us. What's going on out here? Nothing's going on out there? Okay. It was insane at one point when duck was cheaper than chicken. Because we were like, well, there's no point to eat chicken, and duck is just, like, way better. So we ate duck a lot. But now it's so expensive. I haven't had it. Oh, man. I think this entire year, probably. It kind of makes me sad. I'm going to have a peek. You took the cloth. The resident cloth stealer. Better watch your tongs too. You're saving 420,000? We had someone redeem one of those, and we still have to bring it to life. Okay, let's check on this. I can hear sizzling. Okay, so careful now because I know that this steam has built up and we don't want to steam bomb our hand. There we go. Just getting it set. I just have a cloth under there so it doesn't burn the board. Be careful. So that's what I want to be seeing. And now we are going to sprinkle our pecans on the top. And leave this open now. No more foil. And now those will toast up as this finishes. Back in. There's no more time on the stuffing timer, so I think we'll just take that out and keep it hot. Come back to me, light. It looks really good, though. I love how brown it is on top. Want to, like, munch a little piece. Mmm. That is good. That is really good. Okay. Well, since I already had foil from the squash and I didn't throw it out, guys, the homemade bread, the texture of it, that's the best stuffing ever. We're just gonna put the foil on top of this and let it chill outside of the oven. Just on the stove top. Couple more moments on the squash and turkey, and we're good. What's that for deliciousness? That is called either stuffing or dressing, is what it's known as. And then anyone new in here, if you didn't know, I always link the recipes that we use for the stream. If you do !recipe in chat, that will bring up the links for you. But if you have Discord, you can also join our Discord channel. And then we have almost 7 years worth of recipes now in there. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I go back to work tomorrow. I work as a private chef on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. And I cook dinner for a couple. Really, really fun. Very different from working in a restaurant. You're very welcome, my friend. Okay, everyone have a sip of water. I'm still eating the stuffing out of like my jowls. Little couple pieces got caught. It is very good. I've never been like a massive stuffing person, so that's why I wanted to try it with homemade bread. Shake my head. Okay, just turn the oven up a little bit higher. So what do you use the stuffing for? So that's usually eaten on this side, but like the name of it says, let's say not a long time ago, but in the recent past, people used to take that before it was baked and put it into the cavity of the turkey. So you stuffed it in there and then you roasted it all together. So like the stuffing kind of got moistened by the turkey juices as it cooked. But it's very risky to do as far as being like food safe and like raw meat touching the stuffing. Is it also takes forever to cook on the inside until it's done. So often people will just make it separate like how we did today and eat it on this side as a complement with the turkey. So there's turkey stock inside of there. So it really brings all the flavors together. Lots of herbs. There's onion, carrot, celery, garlic, and then a solid cup of butter. Okay, I'm gonna grab cutting board for us. I think the big one is here. Or we even have to go bigger. We gotta get the biggest board for carving this turkey, I think. I got the boning knife in front of me, because that's the other stressful part, is carving up the turkey, right? Butter just makes everything better. Got that. boning knife ready to go. I'm gonna take one more quick bathroom break while we're at this point. I will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. Maybe I'll send you outside. I'll send you outside while I do that. Don't want to scare you guys when I come back. I have returned. Oh, our pigeons. Oh, man. Yes, we've had a pigeon problem out on the balcony. We had one land on the smoker a couple times already today. It's being bad. He's coming to see what's for dinner, okay? You don't carve your turkey anymore. You let it cool, and then you use your hands to pull the meat off the bone in pieces. I mean, that is such an easy way to do it, right? It's no different than pulling a chicken. It's just a lot larger in size. Just gonna give our gravy a little stir back here. It's still looking good. Okay, so Turks will come onto this. And we'll have to let it rest for a few moments. Let's think about our plates. Some nice big plates for all this deliciousness. We'll start packing up the muffins while we have time. Pigeons used to be the most numerous bird in North America. Wait, until we ate them all? What? That's what we were saying. Smoked squab. Better watch out. These just turned out so good. Like, so good. Little bite-sizers. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Oh, have I ever. Must have seen it in a not-so-good state. They look like baby birds, guys, are terrifying looking. They look like dinosaurs. Who wants the first 6 muffins for delivery? Okay, ready? Catch. Like, imagine if we could do that. Just throw it through the camera. You've never seen a baby pigeon? Well, I seen a baby because this one time when we were still working up north for 3 weeks at a time, well, this one time we came home and the pigeons decided to make a nest in the bag of charcoal on the balcony for the big green egg.
Oh, that's so cute.
They're crazy. They just took over our whole house. But yeah, baby birds Or not that cute looking, unfortunately. Not like every other baby animal. Okay, next 6 are ready. Stack it up. I didn't even have this with butter. So it's even gonna taste better if we put butter on it. Have you seen a newborn kangaroo? They're not that cute either, Mish, really? I don't think I've ever seen one. 5 or 6 nests of robins and blue jays. I love those birds. I miss the birds like that. We just have magpies, pigeons, and then sometimes crows. Remember how many birds we had on the island? They always used to come to the bird bath when we had the outdoor streams. My fave. Okay, awesome. We're making progress here, people. Peeking at the squash. Nice. It's roasting. The nuts are starting to toast. We're good. I'm going out for some Indian food today with my parents later. I'm not gonna eat too big of a portion of our turkey dinner. Samo says just make a plate up and then I'll take my bites and then he'll finish the rest. Someone needs to invent the machine from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory that can send chocolate bars or other food through the TV waves. That's seriously the best, honestly. It would be awesome. So is it leftover Mondays? For sure. Yeah, a lot of times, whatever I cook on stream on the weekend, I'll try and eat a couple meals of it during the week so I don't always have to cook every single meal, right? But leftover turkey is always good. So we'll probably use some of it up, maybe let's say on Friday next stream. Maybe we'll do turkey pot pie, turkey soup. I've done turkey enchiladas. We got options. Who called them though? Because I didn't do anything. They didn't stop in the front of the building, so it's not for us. My face. Misha's just waiting. It's okay. We've already got a knock on the door from the fire department in our life. It's fine.
Fire department coming for us? Yeah.
That was like one of my favorite experiences ever. But we were also using our big green egg at this point, and we were starting it with wood chunks for smoking a pork shoulder when we went to work, because we only live 5 minutes from work. Yeah, we're starting up the smoker in Vancouver. I think we are on like the 8th floor. And like I always joked when we lived there that someone was gonna call the fire department on us. So yeah, this one time, we're just getting things ready. And then we hear like a lot of emergency vehicles coming to Olympic Village. And then we look outside on the balcony, and there's 3 fire trucks that have shut down the entirety of Olympic Village in Vancouver. You can't go down any road. So then I just lean over the balcony, straight up to the firefighter. I was like, "Are you guys coming up for us?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh shit." Oh man. So then they came in to the house. We waited for the knock on the door. Here's a turkey, by the way. That's how that looks when it comes off. So we wait for the knock on the door. I think there was like 4 firefighters, all suited up and everything. And they just like storm into your house. Like they don't give a shit, right? Like they're doing their job, which is totally fair. And then they walk in the house and they're like looking around because there's no smoke detector or anything going off and the house isn't smoky. So they're like, "Well, what are you guys doing?" Right? And we're like, oh, we're just getting the smoker ready for pork shoulder. And their response was the greatest ever. They're like, well, whenever it's done, do you mind if we come back for dinner? And that's all that they said. Like, they weren't upset at all. But then after we had to, like, deal with the building and, like, whoever pulled the alarm got a fine. And then from then on, we weren't, like, allowed to use the smoker. Otherwise, we would have got fined. And it was just, like, a whole thing that was annoying. So we've already had that experience. They could have gotten so mad. So mad. But instead, they just wanted to come and eat the pork shoulder. But then there's this, which I think turned out. So this is why we risk it for you guys. Did I get rid of the big green egg? No, we still have both of them. They're just behind the setup that you saw from before. So this is gonna rest now. It's very, very hot. It already kind of rested? Oh, okay. So Sam already cooled it down a bit on the smoker. So I guess we'll just take a peek at the squash then. And we're good. But yeah, that is our scary fire department smoker story. I actually think these are fully cooked, guys. And I don't like mushy squash. So I'm just gonna say that's good. And we'll start picking this apart. Stuffing, squash, turkey, all complete. Yeah, Scoots, you're always surprised that they don't call it there. It's always just so silly, right? Samo was eating the skins. I'm excited to try the meat because we brined it. A little bit of brine. Maybe we'll start with the wings up here. Taking them off. So we'll just use our boning knife and start taking the pieces apart. Huh? Samo says you don't need a boning knife. Oh. Oops. Ready, the next one? Because we don't need a boning knife. That's also a good indication that your bird cooked long enough. If you could split the joints like that without a knife, you're good. Look at how crispy that skin is. Like, are you ready for this? Okay. So she's already, like, laying flat, right? Like, this is just probably gonna come apart. Because we cut the backbone out already. Whoa. Look at that side. And yes, the meat is gonna be pink from the smoker. It's gonna impart that color onto the meat itself, under the skin even. You guys see these juices that just like exploded out of here when I cut through? Dripping, literally dripping juices. She? Yes, she. Okay, next one. The breastbone. So same way that we always cut the chicken. I'm only going to take one side of the breast off. I'm going to let the other side rest on the bone still until it's cooled. It's just going to keep more of the juices in that way. Where are we at? There we go. Just run your knife along. Like, I'm just going by feel, really. I can't really see where I'm cutting yet. All the way back down. Split that skin. And yeah, that is insanely hot to try and get your hands into there. Maybe I can get a pair of tongs. She's spicy, steaming. And then we want to separate that breast from the bone. Need one more little slit. Am I still in culinary school? Or why am I doing like a finals thing for culinary school? I don't know where.
You're doing the dinner. Just explain your dinner a little more.
Like this?
No.
Oh, for the alumni series. So whenever you're an alumni, that means that you once upon a time went to that school. So you're not in school anymore. So they're trying to feature some of the past students that still live in the city that are working in the industry still too, because a lot of people will leave. They won't keep working in the industry for forever. And yeah, it's just a really good way to raise money for the school and the students to keep learning as much as possible. Maybe I said it quiet earlier. Okay, I'm still working this off. I'm seeing where I need to slice now. I'm trying to keep it all in one piece. I'm sure you guys can tell. Okay, so I finally have it opened enough to where the wing separates up here, and then we can cut it off now. All the way down there. I'm gonna hold this, cut through that skin. Just a bit of juice is running, guys. Okay. Maybe I didn't need quite as big of a cutting board as I thought, but that's okay. So now, this looks all good. Yeah, that's all broken down nicely. So there's our turkey breast. And one leg. Which one should we do? This one. And then a couple wings. Our disclaimer. Thanks. Okay. That's gonna hold the heat all together. Let's separate the thigh from the drumstick. This is where the joint is. Somewhere around here. So the turkey drumstick, like this one's quite small, you guys can see. But this is always a popular one, at the German markets and stuff? Christmas markets, you can get a turkey drumstick like that, but they're like huge, right? And then this is the thigh. That's the underside of it. Where the hip bone is, I think. Yeah. Just take that off. Try that. Mmm. The brine flavor. I'm going to take the skin off from the thigh, guys, because it's kind of just like rubbery. Not crispy like the other ones, and look at that color. Bob? Bob Blob? Ouch! It's hot. So cut around the bone. And then we'll slice it up. I don't know if you can see the steam. But this is where your chef hands really come in clutch. You'll always be the one that has to carve the turkey or any other meat. Just like, yeah, you're up. Get over there. Or you slice against the grain. Look at that pink ring. The turkey breast, when we smoke it like this, that's why I let the other one cool right on the bone. It's because it's so good to just slice up for sandwiches when it's cold. Homemade sliced smoked turkey breast? Yes, please. Next up, we'll do the breast. This might be tough to cut through too, so I usually take it off, but then you can always chop it up and put it back over with the breast if somebody does want some crispy skin. The juices, Blondie says. The juices. Okay, now we slice this. The breast is always like a bit drier, and we know that. But that's why I usually, like, after I slice it, just like put it in the juices that are on the board. I wouldn't say it's dry. But even if I do this, there's juice running out. It's just when you slice it when it's really hot, right? Okay, that should be good to plate up.
You need to make 2 plates, one for you, one for me.
I was done. But now I'll go back.
The leg you can just put on a plate. Thank you.
You're welcome. You prefer dark meats? I like a mix of both. That's why I'm carving up both. We're just slicing a bit extra for our roommate that's coming home later today. Okay. Look at all those juices. So that could always go back into the gravy pot later on. I wouldn't do it now because it's going to dilute what we made perfect. Okay, time to get rid of this big board and then we'll plate. Yeah, we just did a knife sharpening stream last Sunday? Last Sunday, if you would like to go check it out on the VOD. So Sam does most of them, and then I started to learn. We just use a little apparatus that we found online. There's nowhere to fit any of this stuff. This is actually crazy. You just laugh. Like, literally, Bonk, I have nowhere else to go. Especially when you're stream, because, like, one part of my counter is taken up by a camera. That's chilling there. Help! But when you're almost at the end, it's like, okay, we can't freak out now. We've come too far. We got this. Okay, first thing going on the plate, I'm going to do the stuffing. And we'll do squash and turkey. I don't really know how to serve this stuffing. I'll get a metal spatula. What? Okay. He's intently watching me. Stuffing, dressing with homemade breads. I mean, I guess we could also do this. Like, go around the edge first is what I always do to make sure it's all loosened. And then you could cut squares and scoop it that way if it is possible. Or you can just go in with a spoon and scoop it onto your plate into a pile. Let's see what we can end up with here. Deadly. Lifts right off. How's the underside? Caramelized but not burnt. It's like perfectly crunchy and soft bonk. It's so good. Like, that's how the underside looks. The butter just like browned up the bread. The flavor is really good. Instead of kabocha squash, it's kabocha squab, Mish says. I like that too. Mish has never had stuffing and she waits until now to tell us. Hi, Luminology. It's coming along. Look, we're plating up finally. You came back at a good time. I didn't try a piece of this squash, so let me just have a little taste. I don't think it needs anything. So maple, pecan, and a little thyme. Now I'm just making a mess. I love this squash because it's like starchy. Starchy and sweet. Which adds such nice color to the plate too. I think it depends on what your family usually does, but I've done both days for Canadian Thanksgiving, both Sunday and Monday, growing up. Gotta get that Turks. And remember, the gravy's nice and hot. So if you're worried about the meat cooling off, I wouldn't. Whoa. Maybe I'll do this the other way. That should be good for Wayne, Samuel. And guys, we still have all of this.
You can throw the turkey leg on.
What?
He hasn't ate all day. Very good.
He didn't eat all day?
7-4 Stanley Park Hughes currently.
Whoa. We got gravy and we don't even have taters. But yeah, we got the stuffing. Okay, so I'm not gonna gravy his then. Right? Because it might make it soggy. I don't like this little part that's sticking out. But whatever, I guess. I feel like if Mish made the stuffing from the box, though, she wouldn't be happy with it. So why don't you just follow the recipe that I linked and try it that way? Look at our gravies. It's actually crazy. Maybe we can put the drippings into there. Just a touch. Because it is quite thick, actually. And then it just turned into a smoky gravy. Smoked turk gravies. Mix that in. One more spoonful. Okay, guys, we did it. We made it. Look at the kitchen. It's a whole mess. I love it. Okay. Fork and knife. Let's try this out. Move some of this over. Going like right in for the breast. Picture? I didn't do a pic today, Greek. I forgot, honestly. I do see it. It's fine. I already swished it around. Oh, shit. Bonk. The reason why we're having turkey. Hello. We didn't make it on Friday. To not have it. It's one of my favorite things. Ooh. Look at how nice and thick it got, too. Give it a little stursy.
Bach did it. Good job, Bach.
Cranberg. Nom, that recipe's in Discord, too. Okay, now we'll have the perfect bite. You saved it. We literally almost had to start over, imagine. The Turks with the gravy and the cranberry. The cranberry sauce, so good. Misha goes to bed. I mean, it's almost that time anyways. But holy smokes, like why is that just go so good together? Like the gravy, it just tastes like the turkey. Watch this, the squash. Just cut it with a fork. Mmm. The crunch of the pecans on top of there is really good. Because the squash like basically melts in your mouth. Then you have the crunchy, nutty pecans. And the squash is kind of sweet. So you have like sweet, roasty. We have like sour over here with the cranberry sauce. And then this is just like buttery. And delicious tasting. The stuffing. So yes, I know it's Canadian Thanksgiving, but you guys can also make this for Christmas coming up. Did you hear the crunch from the bread? The squash we did olive oil, maple syrup, salt, pepper, and just some thyme chopped up. And then the pecans. Mish, you hate Christmas? Oh no. Even the food? Samuel, you're up.
I'm up?
I'm gonna try a piece of the thigh. That's good too. You hate everything other than the food? That's okay, Mish. Don't worry. You can still stick around. He's coming in. He says right over the top. He says, that's my plate. I'm going in. It's numbage. Now I'm like primed. Maybe I will go for dinner at 5. The pile of dishes. What? I know. Christmas is Christmas. You prefer Halloween and Thanksgiving? I think I'm the same. I mean, the thing is, like, when you are a chef and you get used to not really celebrating the holidays because you're always cooking for somebody else, nothing is, like, really special anymore, right? What? The turkey breast is not dry. No, it's not. But yeah, like, holidays to chefs don't really mean much, honestly. But like I said, I always just like to celebrate them because the food is so important. Food brings people together. It's a very easy way to do that. You just tasted the turkey so far? No? We need the report. The Samo report. Stuffing is good. Squash is going down. I got a belch of approval. Thank you. I like how the squash turned out. He's just eating, not reporting. That's accurate. We already know this. He's an eater. He's not a chatter. Whoa. There we go. Facts. Okay, friends. Okay, we're wrapping up. Anyways, I'm really happy with how everything turned out. Getting ready for the holiday season, we can say. And thank you, Michael, for doing the screenshot. Just nodding and eating just coincides with my questions. Well then, perfect, Greek. And yeah, that was super fun. Did you guys like having the grill cam again? It has been so long since we did that. Well, yeah. I made a big old plate. Are you a cranberry sauce man?
Nope.
Guys, he's not a cranberry sauce man. That's where we really differ, I would say. That's what will tear us apart.
What?
The cranberry sauce.
Yep, gone. I really like the stuffing, how it was crispy along the edges. The squash is perfectly soft and smooth. Not too sweet, not too salty. Tastes like squash still. Turkey breast, fantastic, nice and moist, but not like too moist where it's like...
That's true.
Perfect chew. The dark meat is fantastic. I don't have anything to say about that. I think the brine was good. Could have put maybe a little more salt on the outside when I cooked it. And maybe fat underneath the skin could maybe help it a bit more, but other than that.
And yeah, like the smoke flavor is not super strong this time. Like we've smoked turkeys with the pellets like we just did, which I find don't make it nearly as smoky compared to using wood chunks with charcoal in the Big Green Egg. So if you don't like things that are too smoky, pellet grill is definitely for you, and also just ease of use. That was so easy. Not as messy as the charcoal grill is to get set up and then torn down. Oh, Lauren was streaming earlier, but she stopped. Yeah, he just said it was really good, Wilson. You might have just missed it. And yeah, thanks for being here, Gitte. We're gonna wrap things up. We got a lot of stuff to clean up. And he just turned around. Like, honestly, though. Like, honestly, it's really bad. It's bad. There's dishes everywhere. So we're gonna clean up, wrap up, and we'll see you guys next week on stream again. Right? When it's too smoky, it's just not good. It makes you, like, you get sick of that flavor very quick. So yeah, hopefully we inspired you guys on stream today for either the holidays or maybe you want to cook a fancy meal for yourself this week coming up. All the recipes are in Discord. Some of them are from like years back. So just use the top right, the search engine in the recipe section to find what you're looking for. Flavor fatigue. You always know the words that I want to say, Bonk. I am looking who we're gonna go raid today. We usually do Chef Steve on Sundays. But is there anyone else celebrating Thanksgiving is what I'm looking for. The Traeger turkey trials and tribulations, pal. Are you just taking photos of all the mess? Or of the plate? Nice. We sent a photo of our plate to the roommate. Guys, I don't know where to go raid. Let's just go see the other chef. His name is Steve. Chef Steve 330. That's where we're gonna go. I'm the same way, Bonk. Like, that's why you can see I literally take like just a couple bites of everything and then I'm satisfied and then I'll like come back 30 minutes later and crush the rest. I don't know why it's like that. But friends, thank you so much for the wonderful weekend of cooking. It was good to be back in the kitchen today. We're not always in here. Sometimes we go traveling or do other IRL stuff. But yeah, this was fun. And what, we got American Thanksgiving in like, days. Okay, 42 days is the countdown for our next turkey adventure, let's say. Thanks everyone for being here today. All of the resubs, welcome in new follows. And I think that's pretty much it. Yes, your meal, exactly. Love y'all. Thank you just for spending time with us today and hanging out and watching us eat and cook good food. I'll be back live on Twitch next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. And I'll post the schedule in Discord on Thursday usually, so stay tuned for that. I'm gonna hit this button, go clean up for the rest of the day. Stay safe out there. Love y'all, and have a wonderful week. Don't work too hard. Bye! Bye!